I need to extract. Okay, so here I can show you guys. So this is how you speedrun this game, or at least this is how you used to speedrun it. The tech for this game has actually changed a lot over like the years. The current tech for this game is actually kind of fucking boring, to be honest. But basically, we have this tool. So this is like a website. Dude, this fucking game is so goddamn loud. Okay, I have to turn this game down, dude. I cannot fucking hear. Okay. Anyways, so this is like one of the web pages from this game. And so we have a program or like somebody from the community named Root. I think it was Root, or maybe, no. I think it was Shadow K. Anyways, he made a tool that extracts all of the websites from the game, and you can click on any of them, and it'll basically show you where. So these are all these blue squares are where the key. Okay, so sorry if you haven't played this game before, you probably have no idea what the fuck's going on. Basically, this game, you're like navigating the dark web, and you're trying to find 8 key codes. And these key codes are found on the web pages themselves. They could either be in the source code of the web page or on the page itself. And the way that you access the key is by clicking. There's like these hidden hit boxes on the website or on the web page. And if you click them, then the key will appear. Now you have to find 8 keys total in the game to beat the game, and you also need enough money, which, anyways, once we start the run, you'll understand what's going on a bit more. But basically, we use this tool to learn all of the different, like the locations that you need to click on are always set. It's always the same. It's random which one it could potentially be, and obviously some web pages aren't even gonna have. Some web pages aren't even going to have anything that you need to click on. But yeah, this is a really, really useful tool because some of the web pages are really, really long. Like look at this. It's like this web page is like browsing a fucking like browsing a message forum, and you know, you have all this text, and it could be like look right here. Release is a potential click spot picture. So it's really annoying trying to figure this out without this tool, because you literally are just gonna, like, if you don't know where they are, you are just clicking everything. Now there are tools in the game that makes it easier to. There are tools in the game that makes it easier to find the keys rather than just having to click on the stuff, but all right. Anyways, we didn't start the game yet. I was just kind of explaining how this works. All right. How fast is the speedrun for this? So the current patch, I think the fastest run for this game is like 11 minutes or 10 minutes. Our run is going to take way fucking longer than that because I'm rusty as fuck, and they do this glitch in the run. The current fastest run uses a glitch, which you basically force every single. I don't know what the best way to explain this is. So some web pages in this game are way easier to check than others. For example, like you just click on. So like for one of the easiest websites is called Vacation. There's like 2 things you need to click on, and you're done with the web page. You already know if there's a key there. And so basically on current patch, what you can do is you can force every single web page to become Vacation. So like you click on, some of the web pages are fucking horrible, by the way, like absolutely terrible. Some of the web pages have like 500 fucking spots you gotta click, and there's like 15 different like pages inside the web page itself. But on current patch, you basically can just, you can force all of the web pages to become one specific page. So you basically you could force one of the worst web pages to now become vacation. So you just can you can load vacation over and over and over again for every single website that you check, and you just click the 2 spots, and that's basically the entire run. Is that you just no, we're not doing that, because I feel like it kind of takes away. I mean, I know like loading vacation the entire run is kind of funny or whatever, but it kind of, I don't know, it like trivializes the game a little bit too much. All right, anyways, enough yapping. Let's try to do this. Also, this game is permadeath, so if I die to a killer, it's fucking Jover, and we're gonna have to try again. Fucking 4K resolution, so let's go. Also, there is a glitch that I don't really remember exactly how to do, but I kind of want to remember. You can basically, you can unlock. Oh, there's so many mechanics to this game. It's like so hard to explain. Also, why, dude? It's taking like fucking 45 seconds to load in. There's so many mechanics to this game. You have Wi-Fi networks in this game. Oh my god, bro. I actually might need to lower the resolution. This is like, I don't know how I feel about this, guys. Jesus, everything is so tiny. Can't I? Oh, I need to turn the game sound back up. Hold on. Hold on, let me check. Oh, you can't even, oh, I forgot you can't even change the game settings. All right. Yeah, dude, I don't know. Hold on, I actually need to look up. I need to check the website timings. Deep Journal, don't waste it. You want to crack WPA2 Wi-Fi's easily, just get their BSS IDs in the WPA2 cracker and then crack them in the WP cracker with the open port being 0. Okay, what's up, Otrex? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. You can basically force. This game has Wi-Fi networks. So there's like 5 different things that can kill you in this game. And if your Wi-Fi networks is one of them, basically you have different types of Wi-Fi networks with like increased security. So like WEP being the worst, and then WPA2 is like the most secure Wi-Fi network that you can have in this game. And there's a way to like unlock WPA2 networks using a glitch that you're not supposed to, like, you're not supposed to be able to get them in some cases. Dude, okay, I actually think I might need to like lower the resolution. This is so bad. Also, I need to open this game is hold on. I need to open up my spreadsheet for this game. We use an Excel doc for this game, which basically lets us, we can enter in the codes. So to beat this game, like I said, you have to collect 8 codes. Off to a good start. I mean, dude, there's a lot going on in this game. You have to find 8 codes, and then you have to put all 8 of them in order, like, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and the codes are like 16 digits or 20 characters long or something. And you have to put them all together in this tunnel. This is how you beat the game. Okay, you know what? I'm actually gonna go. I'm gonna lower the resolution. This is 4K resolution is not okay. Hey, Kanali, thank you for the 7 months. Oh, we needed to turn nudity off anyways. Some of the stuff, the nudity in this game is not okay for stream, I don't think. Or I don't know. I mean, fucking the CEO like goons to like titty streamers on this website, but it's also some of this stuff is kind of dark. Many have streamed this nudity on. Yeah, I don't know. I just prefer to keep it off by default. It's some of this stuff is a little uncomfortable anyways. All right. Shut up, Adam. Okay, this is better. It's dude, the 4K resolution is like fucked in this game. It's not. The UI scale is just so bad. All right. Hold on. Let me check the timings. Borrow my daughter. Right, what? Why can't I fucking click it? Hello. Dude, what is going on? Why can't I click the fucking page? Dude, what is going on? Hello? Why is that? Why did the... Finally... I don't know if we should be checking... Finally, guy... Escrow and bidder. And then this picture and extremes. I thought there was like a second page here. All right. Okay, we need to grab this flashlight before the power goes off. And we need to lock our door. Deep journal, don't waste it, you there. Oh, we don't have that. Any of those? Okay. All right, let's check. Don't waste it. We want to buy Skybreak, and we want to buy 2 backdoor hacks. Yeah, sorry, I'll try to explain what's going on in this game. It's a little confusing. If you've never watched this game before. Oh, okay. That's good. Okay, so there is 3 different... Have I played this game before? Yeah, a lot. I've played this game a lot. Anyways, there's... Technically, there could be a key here, too, but... All right, so there are 3 different links that we need to... or there's 3 different wikis that we need to go to. This is wiki 1. We just unlock... in the source code of the wiki 1 web pages, there will be a link to the wiki 2, which we just found. So now we're going to bookmark that. You could see it here. It says, welcome to the deep wiki 2. So now we're going to check The thing is, we need to get hacked. We haven't found a key yet, which is not good. Laundry service, Erica. So the thing is, we want to get hacked, but you don't get hacked in this game until you find a key. Light, all brokenhearted, spirit, swallow test. So we'll also know if we found a key, this window will be open, which it is currently not. We probably need to change our Wi-Fi soon, otherwise we might die to the cops. So if we stay on a Wi-Fi network for too long, then the cops will come and get us, basically. Fuck, which one is this? 6C20, 62. Okay, so we're gonna move our Wi-Fi dongle over here. So we can connect to a different, we're gonna connect to duty. The hacking puzzle game, yeah. Yeah, something like that. Okay, what time is it? It's 10:12. Okay, that's still pretty early. Bro, I need to find a shit. I need to get hacked, man. I haven't found a key yet, though. Oh, okay, we just found a key. All right, there's a key on this website. Sexy seeing me just. And then this picture. This picture. Oh, God, this is such a bad website. Gets suck but picture rest. Oh wait, we need to check because it could also be in the source code. Ask, favorite, horny, share. Bro, where's the fucking code? Oh my God, this is such bad RNG. We can turn off this light, I believe. Wait, is it that light or is it? I think we turn off that light. I think I can turn off the bathroom light as well. Time, first picture, have here soon. Bro! Oh my God, it was on the fucking first page? Are you kidding me? It must be in the source code. Okay, dude, what do you... Where's the fucking code? Did I miss it, chat? Did I miss it in one of the source codes? In the third page source code? Fuck, okay. Oh shit, you're right. So this is code 7, so we're gonna put that in our Excel spreadsheet. Oh, we're probably gonna fucking die, dude. God damn it. We haven't gotten hacked. Okay, we need to start getting, we need to get fucking hacked, man. Okay, so cops coming. Yeah, let's make sure there's no cops. So we actually want to fail this on purpose so we get hacked. So basically the way you get money in this game is by hold on. Pause doesn't work in this game. Pretty sure it does. 71. Okay, that's really good. All right, we're gonna buy the backdoor hack, and now we're gonna buy. I guess we could buy VPN level 1. So then I think we can buy WPA 2. Blocking hack gives money, yeah. But you need to buy these things called backdoor hacks, which allow us to get money. We need to start cracking a WPA 2 network. Hold on, there's inject limits that I need to look up for this. Fuck, I don't know where it is. God, fucking Google search is so bad these days. Holy fuck. There is a... There's a limit to how many injections you can do on a network, but it depends on which network it is, and I can't fucking remember. I swear I used to be able to just Google search this and it would pop up, but now... It's fucking... Maybe it's on the... Hold on. Maybe it's on the forums of the speedrun.com page. I can't remember. Come on! Load! Bro, I can't open the fucking forums on speedrun.com. What is going on? Please, you piece of shit. Oh, Wi-Fi and website spreadsheet. Here we go. I don't know. Speedrun.com is loading so slowly. Believers losing today. I don't know how much the Gamba was for, but yeah, you're probably fucked. Bro, just load the fucking page. Holy shit. Why is this so slow? Not prepared? I mean... I know exactly what I need to look for. It's just... I didn't think this would take 5 minutes to load a single web page. I don't know. It doesn't. Can you guys fucking load this? It's not fucking loading for me, dude. I don't fucking get it. Ethical hackers 83. I don't know. It's my ISP is fucking me or something. I don't know. I can't load this fucking Oh, there we go. I think we're on like a hack cooldown right now. I don't know if I don't know which patch of the game I'm on exactly. Oh Jesus. Okay. All right, drone spy. This fucking game, dude, is like so complicated. uh hobbyist drone. No code here. Maintain allowance. Skills. $200. Wallet. Videos. Problem. Cherry. Keep hacking this network. Girl, traveling, touch, stalking, money, Dr. Drawn.
Go forth, touch the demon inside me.
I'm just worried the cops are gonna come fucking kill me. All these websites are so bad. I mean, the killers don't actually start attacking you for a while in this game, thankfully, so we're probably fine. Rock. What is the Rock website? Hold on. Okay, carbonatite, norite, green schist. Ooh, nice. Okay, we got 2 keys, chat. We got 1 key on wiki 1, 1 key on wiki 2. All right. It's good. Fuck. How do I crack this network? I'm gonna disconnect. Crack. Oh, it's just 2. There we go. Hold on, we're gonna wait until we crack this. No, this isn't lead mode. I am not practiced enough to do lead mode. Okay, we need to trigger a hack though, actually. Okay, 212121 for ethical hacker. We gotta remember that, chat. 212121. See, now we can load the web pages much faster because we have this better network, which is really nice. It is 10:30, which means we can check Ave Satan 57 number station and your data. Ave Satan 57 number station. Okay, we could check number station. Hold on, I gotta mute the audio because if there is like an audio cue that I need to be There's an audio cue I need to be listening to, and if I miss it, I will die. So hopefully it didn't happen right as... Hold on, there's a second... Isn't there a second page here? Oh, I guess I'm thinking of a different one. Base Satan. We should also start cracking another network. Hold on, let me check. Which one is Ave Satan? Oh, it's the the reply thread one. Okay. I gotta check this button. We gotta look for codes here. It doesn't seem like there's anything in the source code. This button. Oh. Fucking scared me. I'm so bad! Fuck, dude! That's not good, chat. That's really not good. Seem like there's anything there. What is the best other one to do? Max inject amount. Ethical hacker is the best. I think bring... What is snuff? What is snuffbox? Snuffbox is 65. I think bring beer to... I think bring beer to 504 is good to do. Or snuffbox. Bring beer to 504, I could do 78 injections at a time. But snuffbox lasts a bit longer. Alright, we'll just do snuffbox. So 60... Inject 90... what other site do I need to check? Deep Journal, don't waste it. Oh, wait, no. 50, your data, 50. Wait, how long is the cooldown for Snuffbox? Cooldown is 12 seconds. Oh god, that's terrible. Oh no. We do want to do Bring Beer to 504 because Bring Beer to 504 only has a 3-second injection cooldown. I feel this game makes me so anxious. I feel like I'm gonna fucking die. Enclave. What is... This one has a different name for the site. Enclave, random site. Oh, here we go. Okay, don't break the 9 number. Oh, we need to get hacked. I can't remember how long the hack cooldown is on this patch though. Thief. Remove. See if we can force a hack. We need money. $34. Oh. Good. That's not very good, chat. Oh wait, no. No. 212121. There's still one more code we gotta find. Does Myriad work? Myriad happen. Punish racism. Pain picture. The light within, I guess. Smell. Plague. Humanity. Unwilling. Advances. Damn it. Ayana. Emily. Jordan. Nora. Cadence. Need one more key. Dude, what if it's on... Oh, jeez. Okay, I guess we can check Granddaddy. This website is so... This is such a fucking dog shit website. We found 2 keys. Okay, how many... Many girls. Girls. Like, look at how much fucking text there is. This one's apartment. Apartment. Click that. Click that. Ass? Where's ass? Oh. Lucas has got to show up soon. Okay, Sarega. Sarega. Okay, Fortune Cookie, Little Friends, and Thanatos. Also, we could check Brutal Underground. Okay, girls, videos, fake, going, unloading. Curious, individually, escrow. Am I using a cheat sheet? Bro, yeah. Yeah, I am. Of course I am. I believe Tango is one. I don't remember what it's called though on my cheat sheet. Tango. Pretty sure Tango. Oh. It might be on. We can't check. Oh my god, dude. Oh, it might be on. It might be on Heirloom, but Heirloom is so bad. Okay. Well, can we check Deep Journal? Deep Journal. Oh no, it's too late. Oh wait, let me see. 45 to 60. Fortune Cookie, Little Friends. We could check Father Donald, I guess. Wait, what? Is Father Donald not a website? I think of a different website. Oh wait, Wait, no. Wait, I don't know. I thought Father Donald was a website. Is that only a website in Oh, wait a sec. Is it because we're on... I think it's because we're on old patch. The new websites aren't actually in the game. I'm pretty sure Father Donald was a website, but because I'm on old patch, I guess Father Donald is not in here. I think it was the same with Tango Down as well. Okay. Check the gray. Souls. Ability. Live. Feel like... Bro. Oh my god. Bro. I have fucking... Oh, fuck. Dude, fuck off with this fucking bullshit. I have the fucking in-game... Dude, I have the in-game mic setting on. Oh. I don't even think the killer's here. I thought I heard the lockpick, but... Ray... Lives... Focus... Happiness... Walls... Wish... I should not have checked this website. This website fucking sucks. wonderful. Something. Experiences. Carelessly. Moment. Regardless. Intro. Understand. Simple. Lives. Gossip. Judgments. Outside. Rationality. Understand. Longer. Oh. Fuck, man. All right, SUB. WQDS. CJLG. $13, bro. Longer. Balance. Belong. Die. Okay, there's nothing here. What a fucking time. Okay, we should check. We should switch back to ethical hacker. Cleaning services, I guess. Polyethylene. Dangerous. Cleanup. Baking. Flushed. Bag. Garbage. Beetle. Dogs. Picture. Clothes. Disposal. Freeze. Body. Weight. Person. Oh, where's the keys, man? Where's the fucking keys, man? Where's the keys, man? Magistri. I don't remember. I don't remember what this. Oh, where is the fucking Where's the Magistri? I don't know. Can't find. Some of these websites have like different names. The Magistri. Oh, sacrifice? Oh, I found it. You age only Sponsor key between. Walk steps. Thought I saw something there. Sex. Thing power. Hey, buddy. Get the fuck out of here. I don't know why I'm looking at him. He should leave. Dude, where the fuck is Lucas? I'm like slightly concerned. Oh my god, all these websites are so bad. Check. Wanted, fingerprints, mask, Angelica, removal, addition. Interested, DOS coin, materials removal, contact, likeness, mortal mask. Fuck. Oh god. Oh god. I'm fucking dead, I'm pretty sure. Well, bro, what? Is he not? I'm so confused. Was that not Lucas? Bro, I heard the fucking lockpick. Why am I not dead? What is going on? No. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Dude, we are getting so unlucky. There he is. Okay, whatever, dude. Fuck you, Lucas. I'm going to the bathroom. Piece of shit.
Help me.
Fuck, dude. What the hell was up with that? I guess I was too late, so Lucas just auto-killed me. Like, I was too slow on the computer, but... Fuck's sakes, man. Oh yeah, I have to turn turn the fucking in-game mic off. So stupid. Alright. Well, here we go again, chat. Hopefully we get better RNG this time. Fuck, man. Yo, what's up, Ain? Do the vacation tech. It's tempting. Okay. Fortune cookie. Nope. I could have sworn there's a way to crack the WPA2 networks using using the WEP though, I think. I just don't remember how it works. Or actually, maybe you might, no, I think you still need to have, the WPA to unlock. Not a key here. I don't think the timed websites can have the wiki links on them either. Do we just start the game? Yeah. You know, let's try to, let's see. Maybe there's a key on gray. No. Hold on. We actually need to. Well, there could be a wiki link to the second wiki. Nope. Okay. All right. So there is a key on, because we see the window opened. There is a key on this website, which kind of sucks. Hopefully it's oh wow, the wiki link is here too. This is such a bad website to check, dude. I like want to reset already. This shit is fucking horrible. I didn't miss it there. Okay. This really sucks. There's just so many different links that we have to check here. We really need to trigger a hack. Creeps, welcome, drama. Okay, we're gonna go grab the flashlight. Oh. $35. That's okay. It's not enough for WPA2 though. God. Oh, this sucks. This really blows, chat. Number station, can we check that? No. I am here. Do we have that? Oh, we do. Which page is this, though? Fuck, I can't remember. Oh, I don't remember. What is this site? Oh, here we go. Oh, so, okay, so... Oh, this is so fucked, chat. There are numbers that actually have codes here, but the problem is the formatting.
An awesome choice, stranger.
This fucking game, bro. Oh my god. Okay. Am I gonna beat 2 hours? I don't know. It all comes down to RNG is the thing. This game is extremely RNG. Probably need to change the Wi-Fi network soon. What is this one? Erica, laundry, and that's it. Pictures. Keepsake, I guess. Okay, this, whatever. Relocated, important, bottle, important, equipment. Chat. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can trigger another hack. Or is it still on cooldown? So we're all right. It is like really hard to like focus on this. It's really hard to focus on this game and also explain everything that's going on at the same time. My apologies. I don't remember if it's safe to turn off the bathroom light or not. right, how much money are we gonna get? 64? Okay, that's not bad. Alright, we need to change the Wi-Fi network. The thing is, we still haven't found a single key yet. We're gonna buy WPA2. What else can we check? It's 1020 Brutal Underground. No. I guess we could check the Light Within. The Light Within isn't that bad of a website to check. Fuck. Smell, Plague, Humanity. Humanity, Unwilling, Advances, Damage.
Oh, very good.
Oh, right, we're on... I forgot we're on Fat Clouds Tell My Wi-Fi I Love Her. Fat Clouds, is that one any good? I can do 64 injections every 7 seconds. Tell my wife Wi-Fi love her. Oh, that one's terrible. Okay, well, let's just check this real quick and then we're gonna... Ayana, Emily, Jordan, Nora S, Cadence, Satan. Well, I hope the cops don't get me. Probably okay. Checked 70T5H304Y 284, is it? For ethical hacker? 83. Wait, what? Bro. What do you fucking mean? Does it have to be, is it case sensitive? What do you mean, bro? 5TB 5H30 4Y? Oh my god, it is case sensitive. But doctor. This is really not good. This is not good, chat. This is not a good start at all. Okay. Please just give me a fucking code game. Sexy, seeing me. I knew best. Okay, 69 bucks, that's good. We're getting a lot of money at least, that's really good. Okay, me, just this picture. Keep injecting. Hopefully the cops don't kill us. Really hope the cops don't kill us. It's suck, but rest. Ask, share, horny, favorite, picture. I'm first picture. Have. Gonna bookmark wiki 2. Oh, it's 10:30 now. Fuck. We could check Ave Satan, I guess. Reply. I feel like the cops are gonna kill me, chat. I'm kind of scared right now. Well, two threats can't be loaded up at the same time, so I think we're okay. All right, we're cracking that network. Come on, crack it. Crack it. Fucking crack it, man. Red Sox. Could be queued. Maybe. Maybe. Okay. Paul. This one's easy to check. We should probably do rule of 3 right now, actually. Checked. 5Y, QH6, QH4I, 4. How much is this? How much is the beer one? 78. I should really mute the browser audio. That shit can get you killed very easily. Red triangle's easy to check. Kind of. Is 2062 BI. Go there, no. Try bitch. What other 57 number station your data. 57 number station your data. Okay, we don't have any of those. All right, I need to do the rule of 3. Man, I feel like we're getting such bad RNG on this run, chat. Oh, we're okay. Wait, what was the password to the other one, chat? I already forgot it. Surely somebody in chat remembers the password for the other network, right? I should have written it down, but I forgot. Red Sox? Okay, thanks. Wait. Oops, I had caps lock on. Okay. Reset my... Wait, is it the same? Oh, it keeps the same. Wait, no, it doesn't. That's just RNG. What do you fucking mean? Wait, what is going on? Bro. Dude! Why is pressing enter in the WPA2 thing fucking auto-refreshing the page? Bro, what is going on? That's... That's not supposed to happen. I locked the door, right? We have not found a single key yet, by the way. $8 fucking? Bruh. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my. Online. Smell. Dollar. Monica. Drink. Okay, it's 45 now. Is there anything else I can access? Fortune cookie, little friends, Thanatos. Okay. Track 5. Interesting. Friendship. Trusted. Dude, where are the keys? Oh, finally we get one single key, bro. That's 6. Nothing. Triple 132. Not a quadruple though. Holy crap. Little Friends, Thanatos, Red Triangle, Brutal Underground. Thanatos here? No. Red Triangle, Brutal Underground. We have Brutal Underground. Oh, we missed Number Station. Okay. Girls, videos. Going. End of New York. God. Picture. Isaiah. This picture. Holy Bible. Picture. God, it scares me every time. Oh, okay. Come on, big money. Ooh, 88. Okay, that's good. See any codes here? Quarter of 9, I guess. Beliefs. Satanism. Religion. Picture. Where this picture? Feel. Lucifer. Neophyte. Face. Code. Guess we can do mutilation. Oh, God, chat, this is awful. Where are the fucking keys, man? They're so, like, we're finding nothing. It's 10:59. Guess we'll do bug chase. I feel like the fucking hitman is gonna kill me. Is so. I don't like this. I haven't heard him yet, though. Ring, explore, community. Oh, there's no keys here. Oh, there's like no fucking website. There's like barely any pages left to check, dude. We've only found one key on this fucking. Girls. Apartment. Juicy ass. It's the fucking ass. Things. Neck. Nudes. Folder. Oh god, I fucking hate this minigame. So hard to do this one fucking fast. 17, bro! Come on, man. Tips teacher. What is this money? It's so bad. emails, pictures, countries, friends, money pass. Okay, I don't know. I'm actually really confused. There's only dude, I'm pretty sure I like fucking missed a code somewhere because there's only the only thing left to check is St. Louis Arch. I don't even think any of the other ones. Oh, and borrow my daughter. I guess we can check borrow my daughter. The hitman's gonna show up soon. Be ready. Finally. God. Bitter. Alright, I mean, we're doing okay at least. It's just the hack money's been pretty bad. What did we get? 8 and then 17? It's like, God, it's been so bad. Okay, Red Sox. I think it spawned, okay. We have key 4 and key 6. These are both, there's one left on wiki 2 that we need to find. The hitman is definitely going to show up soon though. St. Louis Arch should be the last one. I just got to remember what is St. Louis Arch on? Fuck. Site. Hold on, I can't remember where this is. Fuck. Where is the St. Louis Arch site? I need to check my cheat sheet, chat. I can't find it. I don't remember which one it is. Where is it, dude? Fuck. What the fuck? Dude, what is this website called? I'm gonna crash out. I can't find it. The thing is, some of these web pages have different names on the cheat sheet than what they are in game. Oh, okay, yeah. So this website is called Bewarned. Okay, Wiki 2 is done. Wait, what code is this? 3. Okay. All right, we got all the codes on Wiki 2. That's good. Dude, we need to be ready for the Hitman because the Hitman is the one guy that can kill you the easiest in this game. And the only way to know if the Hitman is there is you'll hear like a lockpick sound, and it's really fucking quiet. So, fuck. Okay. What time is it? It's 11:12. We can check. I need to switch networks soon. What is the password for the other network, chat? Does anyone know? It's Red Sox, and what is the other one? All right, well, I'll go check the VOD then, I guess. Thanks, chat. Maybe somebody would remember. I mean, I should have written it down. It's my fault. Is it actually nothing? Oh, wait, no, you're right. It is nothing. I think you're right. Okay. All right. Come on. Give me a good key. Five. It's now 15 to 30. Don't waste it. Use. Honestly, chat, the fact that the hitman hasn't shown up is actually really concerning me. I feel like the cops might be waiting at the door. Oh, man, I really hope not, but I need to go check. Oh, God. Dude, what is this money? Whatever, it's okay. We need two more keys, or we need one more key on Wiki 3. This fucking, where is Lucas, bro? Why is he so, like, where is he? I feel like the cops have to be like waiting, but I think if you get close enough to the door. I'm tweaking, chat. I'm tweaking so fuck. Game. There's no way. Lucas should have been here. I feel, dude, what the fuck is going on? I feel like I have to die unless, dude, the cops have to be waiting. They have to be waiting at the door. Why is Lucas not here yet? Like, he should be here. God. And all of the fucking, dude, all of the fucking pages that are left are so bad. The thing is, if the cops were queued, then we wouldn't be getting... Dude, I don't know what's going on with this. This is so fucking weird. I mean, he wouldn't be appearing if... I saw him. It's doesn't not a big deal. Bro, what is going on? Where's Lucas? I mean, this is good, but it's like, where the fuck is he, bro? I'm tweaking so... Okay, wait, it's 30, so we can check. Do I have 57? We do have... Need 2 more keys. We need 2 more keys, and one of them is on Evil Collect. Okay. Thank God. All right. I'm pretty sure we were fine on time there. But the hitman is here now. We heard the lockpick. We just have to wait for him to leave. Oh, man. How do you know he's gone? He'll make like a door closing sound. He can fake it. Yeah, it's obvious though if he fakes it. How long it takes for him to leave depends on how many lights you have off as well, by the way. Okay, now he actually left. Yeah, if you have more lights off, then he leaves faster. Also, he can steal your money if you don't turn off the computer when he shows up. He also relocks the door for you before anybody's like, dude, you need to lock the door. Okay. I don't want to do the hack. We have enough money, so. I'm gonna check the creepy page. Deep. This picture. This picture. Picture. Random. Contents. That. This. Update. Thank me.
Baby, 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 baby.
And say there's any quick spots here. There's a key on this fucking. I thought we already checked all this, dude. Where is this key? I have no idea. Unless. Dude, I don't fucking know where this key is, man. I'm pretty sure the window opened after I opened this. Oh. I need to go back. I need to go back and check because, dude, I'm really. And after I opened. I need to check. I forgot to check the time specific sites as well. No, it is. There is a key on Evil Collection. You be clicking vacation right now? That's true, but I don't know how the glitch works. And also, the run would have been done in like 5 minutes. I don't know. This is actually really fucking cursed. The key on this site, but I don't fucking know where it is. We just checked all this stuff. Maybe it was on baby? On baby. Fucked. So fucked, bro. Where is it? Okay. We found it. One more key, chat. Maybe cats. It might be on I Love Cats. Please be on cats. Sounds. Feels. Ever. Damn it. Feels. Dogs. Sexy. Fun. Mommy. Cat. Comfortable. Watch. No. Rest. Oh, we didn't check number station chat. Oh. We might have to wait like 15 fucking minutes. Oh no, I messed up. Hopefully it's on Magistri. Please be on Magistri. Please be on Mag. Love. Please be here. Oh. 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 Yes. Thank fucking God. All right. We got the key, chat. It's time to go home. Hopefully this wasn't the patch of the game where you can randomly die when you get to the exit. I'm so glad that it was on that website. GG. If it wasn't on that website, chat, we would have had to wait literally 15 minutes to beat the game. Oh. How are you supposed to find the keys naturally? So there is a thing that you can buy in this game. It's called the Key Finder. It costs like 300 DOS coin, but basically it makes it so, or I can't remember how much it costs, like 250 or 325 or something. But basically it's a tool that you can buy, and whenever you load a web page, there will be, if there's a key on that web page, there will be a key icon in like the bottom right of the screen. So that is basically the way that, like, casually, that's kind of the way that you you wanna do it.
I think that
Do it without the cheat sheet? No.
You know the problem with people these days?
I mean, if you want to see me do it without the cheat sheet, wait until Welcome to the Game 3.
An utopia that doesn't exist. Hiding behind their computer screens or whatever helps distract them from reality. But the truth is, they're an embarrassment.
Oh.
Human nature for fantasy. They've lost touch with the most essential instinct. Survival. The game, Clint.
This game stresses me out so much, and the only reason it's stressful is because of the Hitman. Like,
When faced with
if you miss the Hitman sound cue, you just die.
Back to their primal selves. Pure subconscious volition. That's what inspired me to create all of this, Clint. Profit. Profit made off the fate of the unsuspecting. I have a large clientele that pay very well to view my games. It's grown into a remarkably lucrative business.
No, I
Find that what
don't
you
know how to
do
speedrun Dead Signal.
matters very little here. I've been watching you very closely, Clint. You were brought to my attention when you started learning more than you should have. No one has a single inclination of who's orchestrating all this, except you. I have to give you some credit. You're very good at what
The game seemed to stress you out. Yeah,
the government can put
because
together.
I was an hour into the run, and if I died, I was gonna have to restart. There's no way I could run Scrutinized. I saw that I actually submitted a run for Scrutinized.
Rather than disposing of you, I decided it would be more intriguing to give you a fighting chance. Device a game out of it. See if you can interpret the rules and abide by
Yeah, Scrutinized is
animate your will to live.
if you think this game requires a lot of knowledge, like Scrutinized is even worse. Scrutinized, if you want to speedrun that game, you basically need to remember like the entire game. It's just there's no way to like speedrun that game unless you have like a cheat sheet or like a notepad on your other monitor with all of the, because the thing is it's well, a lot of you guys probably don't know what Scrutinized is, but Scrutinized is another game made by Adam, the dev of this game, which, by the way, this character model is literally modeled after him. He also has his vape there. I don't think he vapes anymore, but he used to vape, so he had this giant vape on the desk and a fucking Red Bull. But anyways, so Scrutinized is another game that's made by Adam, and in that game, the goal is you're like doing reports on people. You're like looking into, you're like checking people's IDs and checking their emails and their like pictures. You're basically like hacking people and then determining whether they are sus, kind of, or like determining if they're up to, they're doing like criminal stuff, I guess. And anyways, I used to speedrun that game, but running that game is really hard because you literally like every person that appears in the game is fixed. So you'll always like if you see, oh, you know, I got John fucking John Souls or whatever, then you'll know, like you could have a notepad on the other side of your monitor that's just like, okay, this guy is this, or like has this specific, I'm not very good at explaining it, but you can basically know if people are guilty or not ahead of time instantly if you have all the information. So yeah, no, I don't think it's RNG from what I remember.
Yes, Clint. Amelia was pivotal.
Well, that's the thing. If you want to beat Scrutinized, you literally have to just memorize the entire fucking game.
Time he anticipated she was my main priority, but not quite. You were the main event. It's okay, Clint. The best of them do.
Yeah, this ending sequence is pretty
I know
slow.
what you're thinking. What's next? We all are.
There's a elite mode difficulty for this game, which is much harder, and elite mode has a better ending. It's just an absolute meme ending, but also you can actually look to the side.
Life is a dark undertaking, Clint. We all have to make inconceivable decisions in the face of death. There is undoubtedly a humbling...
I can't remember if you can zoom in. I feel like I remember being able to zoom in, but maybe not.
I'm in entertainment, Clint.
Also, this guy on the left here is another killer in this game, but we never saw him. So this game has
Time to decide. You can walk out here
You can buy stuff,
Forget any of
like physical things in this game. Like you could buy a motion sensor. You can buy a DOS coin generator, which the generator is like this little
out of your apartment.
tool that you put on the walls of the apartment, and it like auto generates money for you. But yeah, you could buy like a sensor. You could buy, I don't remember what other stuff you could buy, but this guy, so you have to go out of the apartment building and you have to go outside whenever you pick up a package. And this fucking guy, he's named the Breather. He waits outside for you. It's random whether or not he spawns. But this guy will fucking try to kill you when you pick up packages. But we don't, in the speedrun, we don't pick up any packages.
Not so fast, Clint. If you choose freedom, Emilia, the girl you've been so desperately trying to save, will have to die in your place. What will you do? Will you sacrifice yourself to save an innocent girl? Or will you give in to your primal instincts?
I'm gonna kill Amelia. I want to live.
Survival is a strong force, Clint.
Used to pick up packages. Well, in the elite mode speedrun, you actually needed to pick up the package at the beginning. I believe. Because if I remember correctly, in leap mode, the hacks barely give any money, so you get most of your money in... You get most of your money in the leap mode by placing the DOS coin generator. Also, prepare your ears. It's gonna be really fucking loud. Welcome, the game was a 20-minute game. I mean, this game's extremely RNG. If we got super lucky, it could have been 20 minutes. Yeah, this game is really fucking RNG. There is a really dumb strat that is used for the current patch runs. I mean, I don't think that tech is very difficult to do. It's just, I feel like it kind of defeats the purpose of the game. Yeah, there's a glitch in this game. Hold on, I'm gonna start a new run. I want to show you guys out. We'll move on to the next game in a moment, but who's Amelia? Amelia is the girl at the start of the game who says, "Help me." No, I'm not running the hard mode. I did run leap mode before, but I didn't run it for very long. But yeah, current patch of this game, basically what you do, or not current patch, but the current world record route is you trick the game into thinking you are checking a, let's see, so you basically want to get a really, really easy website to check, which I don't actually know if we got any easy website to check here. Doesn't really look like we did. I guess forgive me. But you click on like a website, and then I think you press backspace. I don't actually know how this works. I have no fucking idea how this works. But you can basically get the keys from other websites or from other web pages to spawn on one single page. So you choose a page that's really easy to check. Like some of the web pages, you click the web page, and there's like 2 things you have to click. Like you just click the center of the screen, and then you know if there's a key or not. So basically, you trick the game. So like one of the worst websites to check is Mutilation or My Gut. These 2 websites are terrible, but you can force the game to take, if there's a key on one of these 2 websites, you can force the game to put the key from these websites on a different website. So you basically just check one single page the entire run, and that gives you and it just it just makes the run like really easy. You just check one page the entire run, and you force all the keys to spawn on that page. So it's super fucking fast. I think the world record for that category or with that strat is like 10 minutes or 11 minutes. I hope the Welcome to the Game 3 speedrun will be interesting. Alright. The world record is 2 seconds away from perfect RNG. What do you mean 2 seconds? How is it even possible? How do you know that it's 2 seconds away? We checked the timers and had trouble verifying it. Yeah, but I don't understand. How do you even like know? How does that even make sense? Like, did he get every single key first try? Like he checked. Because like, if you say it's 2 seconds off of the best possible, that means that he got first try keys on every single website he checked, and he got a double, and he got the second wiki link plus the key on the same page, because that's actually something that can happen as well. You can get the link to the second wiki and find a key on the same page. You can get a double. So you need the hacks to get money. The hacks run on timers, and it's 2 seconds from perfect hack RNG. Okay. I see what you mean. So could he have not gotten enough money? Like, how many hacks did he get total? Like 3, I guess? Well, because I mean, that actually makes sense to me. If the hack, you need 2 hacks at least. So in his run, he only got 2 hacks and he got enough money? Is that what you're saying? I didn't actually watch the run. Really? How was that even fucking possible? What did he get, 130 for each? Bro, is that dude cheating? What the fuck? I'll be honest, the fact that so many people like data mined the game, and like I wouldn't be surprised if this dude who got I wouldn't be surprised if this dude who has the record like modified his game to always give high amount of money from the hacks, because that's fucking absurd. I mean, I don't know, maybe not, but he had a record of runs which made it more likely to be real. We didn't believe in the RNG at all at first. Yeah, that's, I don't know, man. That's kind of fucking crazy. Hold on, we're gonna do the next game soon, chat. I just want to see. So let's see, how much money did he get from this? 88. Wait, you said 2 hacks, or do you mean 3 hacks? Because are you telling me he's gonna get 155 from this next one? $73. Oh, no. So it's 3 hacks then, not 2. No, he didn't. No, no, it's 4 hacks. Okay, wait. Are you sure, man? I don't know. I feel like that statement now I'm a little bit. Cuz it was 4 hacks total. And it also isn't, well, I mean, it's fine, chat. I'm just curious. Wow, 111 on that one. That's crazy. Isn't what is going on? We're just We're just yapping. Don't worry about it. Uh, is the cooldown for the hacks a fixed timer? Like, is it always the same amount, or is it not like a random interval? I actually can't remember. People have like data mined this game, random between 2 values. Well, then obviously this run could be. Obviously this run could still be faster than like more than 2 seconds faster. All right. Well, anyways, chat, that was Welcome to the Game 2. I hope y'all enjoyed the run. With better routing. Well, it's not even routing though, is it? It's just getting lucky. I mean, what routing is there to do? It's just like you just have to get lucky and find all the keys super fast. And then you need to get good hack RNG.
Help me.
You can use the staircase skip to fall down from floor 8 to floor 1. Okay. Yeah, I was the one that actually found that. At least I think. That skip. I could be wrong though. I might not be remembering right. I'm pretty sure I was the one that found that though. I'm the main character. Okay, dude. I'm just saying. All right, listen. I spent so much time testing the door clips in that game chat because it might have not been me that actually found it. All I know is I spent like fucking so many hours testing the door clips in Welcome to the Game, and then so time for a little story. So when Welcome to the Game 2, so when speedrunning was popular for Welcome to the Game 2, we found a bunch of glitches for the game. Like we found you could clip through clip through a bunch of doors, and you could do just a bunch of like broken stuff. And Adam, the dev of the game, did not like these glitches, these door glitches, the door clips. And so Adam spent like Adam streams his development of Welcome to the Game, by the way. He's been streaming his dev work on Welcome to the Game 3 as well. But anyways, so he boots up his stream and he's just like jamming himself in the fucking doors, like back and forth, trying to figure out no, the door clips did not affect people casually at all. But anyways, it was so funny because like he boots up his stream and he's like trying to jam himself in the doors to try to like figure out how it works so he could debug it. And anyways, he fixed the door glitches, but funny enough, he released one of the most broken patches for the game. Like the patch that fixed those skips, he broke all of the killers in the game. So you could do a run of the game without anything attacking you. So like it's just so funny. It's like so ironic that he tries to fix the fucking skips and like the speedrun strats, and then he just makes it worse. I don't know if that patch is actually used in the speedrun, but it is like definitely the most broken in terms of just like I don't think there's another patch of the game where the killers just don't work. Like you can just break all of the killers. So yeah, that was kind of crazy. All right. Let's see, what game do we want to do next? What's Adam's Twitch? It is indie horror dev. For a casual player, the game works now. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like, the game works fine. All right. So, I think the plan was, chat, we were gonna do this game. Hold on, the game is fucking freaking out. What the... Bro, my game is on like fucking 400p resolution right now. Look at this shit. Oh, and it has BioRand installed. Okay. Look at this, bro. 480p? The fuck? Alright, so... I mean, okay, I was thinking, like, we could do rando for RE4 Remake, but it's going to make the run take a lot longer. Like... I'm down to potentially do rando. It's not gonna be permadeath, obviously. But it's gonna be like a fucking 10-hour run if I do rando. Well, maybe not that long, but it'll... I don't know. We're probably not gonna finish this run tonight. I'm gonna go use the restroom, though. I'll be right back. I don't think I'm gonna stream that long, Pontus. I don't wanna fuck up my sleep schedule. It's random, maybe can be super easy. No, the randomizer does not make the game easier. I'll tell you that much. You want to do RE4 rando, but not Black Myth Wukong at the same time? Yeah, well, I prefer RE4 rando. Or I prefer RE4 in general. And Black Myth Wukong is... I don't know, man. It's gonna be 10 hours either way. Okay, Reed. What are these fucking shots, bro? Alright, I'll be right back, chat. All right. Okay, chat. Well, I mean, I'm down to do the rando. I am going to have to roll a new rando seed, though, because I'm pretty sure this is one that we did before. Hopefully I don't regret this. Let's... All right. I think we're gonna just do the balanced combat randomizer. I don't think I want, like... I don't want to get fucked too badly. All right. We request Fat Ashley mod. Crap. All right, I'm booting it up, chat. Oh, wait, actually, hold on. Something I forgot. Okay, chat. Here we go. But yeah, this is definitely going to... We're not going to finish this tonight. If we just did normal game, we would finish it tonight. But since it's rando, I don't think we're going to finish. But that's okay. Definitely not doing permadeath. Thought he wasn't going to do both RE4s. I never said that. I never said that. Alright. I'm going to stretch, chat. I'm also going to go back to... speakers.
September 30th, 1998. It's a day I'll never forget. The cop inside me died that day. And that night, Raccoon City was wiped out, thanks to the bioweapons created by Umbrella. Somehow I made it out, but too many others weren't so lucky. I was asked later to join a top-secret government program.
Go forth.
Not that I had a
Touch
choice.
the demon inside me.
The training, punishing missions, nearly killed me. But at least I kept my mind off everything. If I could just forget what happened that night. The pain. Even for a second. This time, it can be different. It has to.
So tell me, Yankee, why did you come to this horrible place? As close to nowhere that I've ever seen.
Let's just say, looking for someone.
That someone must be very important, huh? The chief gave the orders himself. Help him, he said.
I'm sure you boys didn't come all the way out here to roast marshmallows. Maybe you did.
You have a strange sense of humor. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Just between us. A lot of people have gone missing around here. And it's been that way for a while now.
Well then, should be just another day in the office, right?
I mean, last week there was a search for some missing hikers.
I'm sure you'll do your best to help me.
I think this is it.
Nature calls, huh? I'll be right back.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Qué frío.
¿Te has bebido el bar entero? You smoke?
Vaya sitio más tétrico. ¡Hey! ¿Hay alguien ahí?
He sure is taking his time. Did he fall in? Maybe you better go and take a look. Oh, watch the car. Wouldn't want to get a parking ticket.
So much for helping me.
All right, I'm back. We will, all right, I'm gonna restart the game. I just wanted to turn that mod on because it's funny. All right, give me one sec. I don't really want to play as the cops the whole time. Hey, funny creatures, thank you for the 30 months, man. Thank you, dude. But the game takes so long to like boot up because I think I have too many save files. If you have too many save files in this game, it takes like fucking forever to boot up. Like if I press load here, you can see I don't even have that many saves, bro. I got like barely anything. What the fuck? Why is it so slow? Whatever. Also, why am I at 109 FPS? Can I really not hit 120? I mean, I guess I am on 4K, but you know what? 4K, I don't know. We might need to turn some of this stuff down a little bit. 4K res might not be a good idea with the rando on top of it. All right. Yeah, the rando can affect your FPS because there's so many like enemies. No, we are not doing permadeath in a marathon. This fucking game takes like... This game takes a really long time. Hold on, I need to fix one of my mouse binds. Honestly, dude, the 5000 series is like kind of fucked up. Feels like somehow the performance is worse. All right. Wait a second. Affects Leon default. That's what he's on, isn't it? I have frame rate set to 120. This is not where I want to be. My Leon mod's not working, bro. I'm getting scammed. Oh wait, never mind. It says it replaces the hero costume. Alright. We might have to lower our settings or something, or lower the resolution for this game, because I feel like it might not be running that well. Alright, yeah, there we go. Oh yeah. Alright. Okay, we started with the egg. That's good. Oh, we got a cheap body armor. That's really good. And a 1600 case upgrade. Oh, that is very good. Okay. And let's see, what did we get? We got a Chicago Sweeper and a Sentinel 9. Sentinel 9 goes to 2.85 power. Sweeper goes to... Sweeper kind of sucks. Has 5x crit rate. This one has rate of fire. Is there any... There's no guns in... God, this fucking gun is so ass. Alright, let's just go.
How far could he have gone?
Heavy grenade. Don't mind if I do. Up to fucking 60 FPS there. Dude, why is the 5000 series card so bad? What
Anyone
the...
home?
Bro, the game is running like... Okay, I think I might It doesn't even feel like that helped. Like, hold on, let me see. Ray tracing is off. Turn off the resource intensive stuff. I don't know, I used to run the game at fine on 1440p salad. I don't know.
Not good.
Bro. But what is the accuracy of this gun? Holy shit.
What was that?
What was that?
No fucking way.
I'm just gonna run. This is still a speed run after all. And it's not permadeath, so we don't really have to kill everything. I'm probably gonna kill this guy, because... How much health do you have? What the fuck? You know, I'm just gonna come on. Just don't. Oh, Jesus. Fish.
Thank you.
Ashley. Oh wait, that's not... Why am I taking these out? Okay.
Welcome. What can I interest you? Not bad. Try that pleasant
I
trip.
get damage for the pistol. We have so much pistol ammo, actually. What the fuck? Alright. Yeah, the Capcom... I'm excited for the Capcom showcase tomorrow. Well, the thing is, you're on a 4090, which is somehow better than a 5000 series card. Like, genuinely, I actually feel like 4090s just run stuff better, which is just stupid as hell, but... Oh, no! Fuck. Like, dude, I'm dropping to like 60 FPS. Oh, this is great. I don't know, maybe there's like a setting that I have on that's affecting my FPS though.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
It's my lucky day.
Oh, okay, we do have a heavy grenade at least. And that guy is cleaving people up, so that's really good. Oh. Oh, why? Why does the game run so badly on a 5090, bro? What the fuck? This is not good, Jack. This guy's so tall. I mean, I think the rando like affects the FPS as well, but I don't know, dude. This is so strange to me. Like 90 FPS. Yeah, I'm on 4K res, I guess, but I feel like even if I set it to 1080p, it's like still.
Stranger, thank you.
It's like it's still at 90 FPS. It's not even at 120. I don't know. It says my CPU is at 40% usage. My GPU is at 75% usage. I mean, I don't know. I have a Ryzen 9950X. You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna open up. Maybe okay. This is something that I've noticed happens sometimes. Hold on. I'm gonna open up NVIDIA control panel, and I'm gonna set everything to default. Well, one thing that I noticed is like previously, I don't know if it's the NVIDIA app that does it or what does it, but sometimes my games would be running like the NVIDIA settings would get cranked up to like fucking ridiculous values. Yeah, it's like the auto optimization or whatever that fucks it, I feel like. I mean, I didn't ask it to fucking auto tune my games or whatever. I don't know. It still seems like, I mean, it's still at 80 FPS. I mean, the rando definitely affects performance slightly, but I don't remember it being... I don't know. Let's try this again. Oh my god.
My lucky day.
I mean, the thing is, we are playing with the rando, which does affect... Oh, shit. Please. Dude, this fucking pistol takes so long to reload. Oh, great. Oh. And I should have... Dude, how is that still a grab? Oh. Leon! This is really bothering me though. I mean, the game feels okay enough. It's just, it really bothers me that, like, I don't know, dude. What the fuck is going on with my PC? Why? Why does this game run so badly? I just don't get it. Yeah, Rumi. I don't know. Holy shit! These fucking dogs. Holy crap. People forget how cursed an RE4 rando could be. Yeah, well, it's not permadeath at least. No, I didn't. Bro, I wanted to kick the ladder, dude. Why did it not fucking kick the ladder, man? You're gonna wish it's permadeath with this pistol? Yeah, this pistol kind of fucking blows. You have to change the display resolution from the OS. I don't have ray tracing on. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm on... What am I on? Borderless window? Is windowed mode any better? This guy's killing a lot of stuff. This was a horrible idea, Chaz. This fucking rando is a horrible idea. The rando cooking the PC. I am kind of curious what the performance would be like if we weren't on the rando right now. Did I just...
Nothing for you.
This is fine. Well, to be fair, this is like one of the harder parts of the run. This section.
Oh, nice.
Okay. I didn't want to kick it down. Bro, why don't you fucking kick the ladder? Holy shit.
My head.
What? Dude, I need to get kills, man. Okay. This is such a fucking big shit. Oh man.
There you go.
There we go. Leave me alone. No. 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 The low FPS might be from the NVIDIA drivers. Yeah, I feel like the current drivers are just terrible. Maybe I should like down patch, because I think I'm on the latest drivers. Maybe I should down patch my drivers again. I don't know, I had to update my drivers for some like game that I played recently. Like it literally didn't let me like boot up the game unless I updated my drivers. Yeah, it might have been because of BF6. I don't know. Maybe it's also because of the rando, but I really, I feel like
Bingo.
when I played the rando, when I did the rando permadeath, however long ago, I'm pretty sure I was on the 5090 before, and I feel like I don't remember the FPS ever chugging. I don't know. I mean, there's no enemies now, and I'm still not quite... I don't know, maybe the 4K resolution really is just a lot more taxing, though. Well, I mean, the thing is, yeah, I guess the 4K is the reason for all of my issues. I mean, I know it's more taxing, it's just some, like, Resident Evil 2 Remake and Resident Evil 3 Remake ran at perfectly stable 120 FPS. Like, I don't remember those games lagging whatsoever. If I change my res to 1440 in Windows, well, yeah, but then then everything just looks worse. Then then I might as well just fucking sell this monitor and go buy a fucking 1440p one. can't even stream that output. I can on YouTube.
Welcome. Better to be over.
Bro, what did I just fucking buy?
Right. Ooh.
Dude, I was trying to open a fucking box and I just like bought something random for this guy. What the hell was that? What did I just buy, man?
Good luck to you, stranger.
Bruh.
Pleasure doing business with you. Could come back anytime.
I mean, I don't want 240 FPS. I would like 120 FPS though, but yeah, I don't know. I guess it's too much. No, hold on. Let me... Let me close out of some extra stuff that's running on my PC. There's not much that's running, but there's a few things I could close out of, I guess. You should bell with the rifle. You can if you have a rifle. But I did not have a rifle. Okay. What is our plan here? Bruh. Oh, good God. Guys. I don't know if we can do the medallions here, to be honest. Oh my God! Okay, we are not gonna do the medallions here. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think we're just gonna have to do speed strats here and somehow hope it works out. Just kill them all. I mean, we could, but there's so much stuff we gotta kill. And we have like such a bad weapon right now. I think I hit the lock. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh! No. I'm dead. Guys. Oh, there's a chat. There's an autosave here. Okay, fuck yeah. I didn't realize. I'm so used to just death being like insta reset, but luckily there's a good amount of autosaves. Alright, we're gonna have to throw a grenade at this guy.
Should've known you were one of the bugs.
God. Go, Leon. I have no flashes, chat. Oh, God. Bro, I fucked. Oh, fuck. I'm dead. It's over. Okay. Is there another autosave, or are we back where we were before? There is. Okay.
You should have known you were one of the bugs. Present for you.
Coming through! Coming through! Oh, good God! Jesus, fuck! Oh!
Son of a bitch.
Give me your fucking loot, bitch. He doesn't even have any loot! You have loot? Ooh, this guy had a yellow herb. Oh wait, that's green. I'm colorblind. Never mind. Okay.
What's that noise? Damn it.
Dude, I am so bad. What is this aim? Hold on, give me 10 years to reload. Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna go.
That hurts, you know?
Seemed like you really wanted to talk.
How observant, senor. Now, say, you got a smoke?
You know, those things will kill you.
Oh, well, maybe just untie me then, huh?
Yeah, I guess the game is running the same. I guess it's just the 4K. I mean, 4K, I know 4K is like much more taxing. It's just... I guess I just assumed this game would run at 120 because like RE2 and RE3R did, but... I guess the levels in this game are a bit bigger, and then on top of that... we also are doing the rando.
Oh, what the fuck? Hey, stop it. Hey, Yankee. Got your name?
Leon.
Quiet type, eh? I'm Luis Serra. Guess you, me, picked the wrongest spot to vacation, eh? Hey, stop it. You move, I move. And I'm beat up enough as it is. I can see you're thinking. Bet you've been in spots like this before, huh? I guess.
I'm surprised my CPU is at such low usage though with this game. Like it's only 20% utilized. Range.
Talk. Now.
Great. See. Hurt shadow.
Can you recommend a fix? I mean,
Moving her.
as long as it's not lowering my fucking resolution.
But later, saw some men dragging someone to the old church.
Okay.
Shit, they took my gear.
I mean, the thing is, I already have park control on. But the core affinity to 0 to 15. If you crash my stream, I'm gonna freak the fuck out, bruh. What, for Resident Evil 4? The thing is, I have 31 cores. Are you really sure that I should only do 0 to 15? I mean, I changed it. I don't know if it makes any difference. Doesn't really seem like it. Oh, good God. This is not good, chat. Oh, nice. Okay, that wasn't so bad.
I'll be taking these back.
Over here, stranger.
Yeah, the door timer is a lot more forgiving in Rando.
Let's do some business.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I really don't feel like that made any difference with the whole affinity thing. Just gonna switch it back. Maybe I'm wrong.
I've got some new items. Welcome. Got some rare things on sale, stranger.
We really need a better gun. Let's see. Oh, this rifle goes up to 8. Okay, I think we probably want to buy this rifle.
That's good work, if I do say so myself.
You know what? We're normally, yeah, I don't really care. I'm just gonna sell these NG plus, or I'm gonna sell the extras. I'm just gonna cheat a little bit.
A deal well struck.
I have no shame.
Good luck to you, stranger. Let us know when you've made some room.
Oh, flash grenade recipe. Okay, we want to buy that.
Thank you. Still have some new items you might... Where you gonna put this? Wish your enemies sweet dreams from afar. With
I mean,
a bullet straight
8 is
through their
decent
heads.
damage.
Dazzled, are you? I'll come back anytime.
All right. Here we go. Dynamite Valley.
The hell am I?
The hell am I?
I like
But if this seat only has bad weapons, well, then we deal with it.
All right.
We roll with the punches. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should just set the game to like back to 1440p. Jesus Christ. The FPS doesn't change. Well, I could change it. Oh no. Oh Jesus. Oh, I'm dead. Oh right, I can make... Oh well, shit.
I should have known you were one of us.
I'm definitely dead. There's no way I'm not dead here. We are gonna need to buy some large resources.
Welcome. I got something new for you.
Why did I sell the... I'm so stupid. Well, we don't have an SMG and we don't have a shotgun, so...
A deal well struck. I don't always have this in stock, stranger. Stocking, you're a man of good. Isn't...
We need a lot of flash grenades.
Travels.
The correct way to play RE4 is with Randomizer.
The hell am I?
I don't think anybody said anything about there being a correct way.
Out of the way.
Chicago sweepers and SMG? Oh yeah. Well, fuck this gun anyways. This thing sucks. Oh. Oh. That was really lucky. sorry, cow.
You should have known you were one of the bugs. Here you go.
Go, Leon. Holy fuck, dude. The iron sights is so bad in this game.
All right.
Why not treat yourself, right?
Well, we made it. Glitchless run. I'm on current patch, so yeah.
Do not interfere.
Oh. Dude, he actually just helped me dodge there. Oh. Just go, Leon. Just fucking go. Oh! Oh.
Present for you. Shit.
Dude, this is such a fucking... Holy fuck, this is such a bad seed. What the fuck, dude? Pig, wheat. Fuck, which one is it? No, no, no. Oh! Oh! Bruh. Chad, doing the rando was a fucking mistake. Oh my god.
Blood has accepted the gift.
Should have disabled Mendez chase. I don't know, I was just using one of the profiles for the rando. Well, whatever, it's fine. This rando run's definitely gonna take a while, but I mean, at least the autosaves are pretty forgiving, and we can just... I mean, it's not permadeath, so... I just hope we're not gonna be, like, too underpowered if we're just... If we're like, running past everything. We're definitely gonna be, like, a lot weaker than we would in, like, a normal run. Because in a normal run, you're gonna take your time, and you're gonna, like, pick up extra shit. I don't know. We'll see. Oh yeah, I still need to get the treasure. Sure. Alright, we need to go back to the merchant and get the body armor. We're gonna upgrade the body armor. I mean, we don't necessarily need to. But I think it's a good idea.
I have something I'd welcome. I got something new for you. Good as new. Thank come back.
Yeah, we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back and do the rat quest as well.
They keep coming.
What is he fucking aiming? Bro, what are you aiming at? What are you chomping? You trying to eat the rat? Good night, Archer. All right. Sorry, rat. Already did welcome the game too, yeah. If I tried knife only. I don't think you can do knife only. Be wrong though. Dude, look how much space this fucking Chicago sweeper takes up as well. It's so stupid. Actually. What can I buy? Soldier with stun rod. I don't even know what that does. There is a small key here, chat. Do we gamba?
Years haven't been kind to us.
Fuck it, I'm gonna gamba.
Don't get yourself killed now.
You can get something good from this. This one gives something good a lot of the time, so maybe we'll get something good. It's probably not gonna be worth it. 1 sapphire. Wow. Okay, that was not really worth it.
Ooh, welcome. I got something new for you. A deal.
Oh, we got a gold bar.
Anything else I
We
can
almost
help
have
you
enough
with?
for this. Sell the shotgun ammo.
Thank you. There
Alright,
you are.
5.2 firepower on this rifle is pretty good.
Oh, no. Nothing but the finest ways.
Alright. Sell the sweeper. I mean, it's still useful for now. Watch him get a shotgun. That's okay. There's plenty of... Like, we'll get plenty more shotgun ammo. So lucky with the seed. I don't know if I would agree with that. That's... Flashes are going to be like our most valuable resource. We should honestly just make a fuck ton of flashes if we can. Do I have laser for pistol? I do. Oh god. No! Oh! Oh! Fuck, I forgot he comes through the fucking wall, man. Through the door. God damn it. Alright, we should probably just go through the sewer. Bro.
Ahí está. Corre. Le tengo.
Oh. Oh. Oh, this pistol's ass! This is so bad. Okay, well, we got a hand grenade and a flash grenade from that, so it's nice. Yeah, this pistol is really. Can I upgrade the ammo capacity? Oh my god, it doesn't even have ammo capacity on it. That's so bad. Oh, a case upgrade. Okay, that's good. I'm gonna buy that. I'm thinking maybe we just sell this.
Welcome.
Sell this already. I mean, what can I upgrade it with that?
Knife needs care every once in a while. Could be the difference.
I feel like we kind of just need to wait.
Will that be all then?
Oh, the scratched emerald.
You can't go wrong with that. Good stuff.
Free money and free finals. That's nice. That's nice.
Don't get yourself killed now.
How long is this game? Well, I mean, if you're going for record, it's like an hour and a half, an hour 40. This run is gonna take a while, though. I mean, we're doing the rando, and we're gonna die a lot. So.
A church.
We're on game number 40. What is making that sound? Yeah, this is definitely gonna end up being like one of the longest runs in the marathon, if I had to guess. Let's play. I mean, the thing is, we kind of need to kill some stuff in the rando. What's up, Zeke?
Damn it.
I mean, I'm still trying to go as fast as I can. Like, I'm not trying to kill everything. If I try to kill everything, this is gonna be like a 10-hour run, which is fucking super long. Okay. All right, we actually got decent RNG there, thankfully. Not completely shitty enemies. Another boot knife. Bro, I have so many small resources. Too many.
I knew I could count on you. Got some rare things on sale, Straight. Come back anytime. Welcome. That's good work, if I do.
I should have repaired the body armor.
That cash in your pocket. Don't get yourself killed now.
Alright, keep going. I mean, at least we have a good rifle. Rifles are like the most important thing in this game. If you want to kill stuff quickly. Oh. Everything's gonna go well in the fishing village. I mean, it's not that bad most of the time to just run past the enemies. But it depends. I mean, if we get really bad RNG, it could be very unfortunate. I'm curious, Chad, what was your favorite Resident Evil speedrun out of like all the games? Bro, chill, man.
Here you go.
Excuse me, coming through. Luckily, he's tiny. Oh my god. Ella chainsaw. This was a mistake. This was a mistake. Whatever, it's okay. At least we flashed everything there. I should not have gone for that item. Rip medallions? Yeah, I don't really care that much. Oh, there is a supercell up there. I think I'm gonna repair my armor just in case the section after this is cancer. I'm also kind of scared Del Lago's gonna eat me. What armor? My body armor. Am I trying to do this deathless? What do you think? I mean, I guess if I want to go fast, it's probably not a good idea to do this. It's just if I don't know.
Welcome. Ooh,
If we keep dying because we skipped it, then it's also gonna feel kind of bad. I mean, the section after Del Lago is generally okay. I don't want to waste too many flash grenades. Hey, Painful XD, thank you for the Prime sub. Cultured Ninja, thank you for the gifted sub. Didn't get eaten. My one cycle Del Lago. Alright, here we go. You think we're getting a demo tomorrow? I think there's a decent chance, yeah. Well, tomorrow they're doing a Resident Evil 9 showcase. Apparently it's only like 10 minutes long, but I don't know, a lot of people seem to think there's going to be a demo released after the showcase. Alright. The randomizer makes it so you kill this guy in one hit.
Sacrificial lamb. You will receive our most...
I think it's at 4 PM tomorrow. You want to play without knowing much? Yeah, that's fair. You fuck.
No escape. Do not interfere.
Okay. Come. No, this is just the standard branch. I know the beta branch has had like a bunch of changes lately, so I didn't want to run into like crashes or bugs or whatever.
Keep coming.
Am I not? Bro, why do you take fucking like 2 damage? What is that? The enemy's bugged. Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I figured.
What is this place?
I don't know if I should have done that. The normal nades are kind of nice for like CCing.
Some kind of
That's okay though.
shrine.
We'll be fine. What mod are you using to skip the pop-ups? It's just, I don't remember what it's called. Yeah, it's just a mod that skips it. Bro, what is with all of these small resources? No way.
My head.
Well, here's to hoping I don't get too wrecked here. Oh. Alright, we're fine. We're fine. There's like nobody here.
All right.
Oh god. How do I carry all these items with just red shorts? It's a secret. I have a secret hole for storage. He has a fanny pack. That's true. Alright, let's see. What are we gonna get here? Okay, this is getting like stupid. Why am I getting so many small resources? Oh, a large. Oh, that's better. My Death Stranding PB. I don't know, whatever's on my YouTube channel, I think is my PB. Hello, chickens. There's so many chickens here right now. Ooh, a heavy nade. That's really good. Oh no. But luckily the game makes an autosave here. I don't remember what the code is for this. Isn't it like... how do I always forget this? It's not a Y, but that's the other one. I don't know. I can always remember the other one, but I always forget this one. I think it's... Yeah, okay. Thanks, chat. I don't want to kill this guy because he might drop a treasure. But I just fucking destroyed my knife. Oh, now I actually destroyed my knife. He did drop a pocket watch. Hmm. Pocket watch to cover the knife repair. Yeah. Alright. Well, this segment hasn't been too bad. There are fish that we could pick up here. I don't know, man. I kind of want to just get rid of the Chicago sweeper. This thing is so bad.
I've got some new... Welcome.
Maybe...
I've got something
Oh,
new
he has a
for you,
bolt
man.
thrower. God damn it, dude.
That's good work, if I do say so myself. You're a man of good taste. Welcome. Perfect. You're a real comeback anytime.
Can I pick these up? I just figured it's good to grab a little bit of extra healing just in case. Alright. Hopefully Gigante isn't too bad.
But the finest, welcome. Got a selection of good flat. Don't get yourself killed now. Welcome.
Sell the mines.
A pleasant travel. Welcome. Good. Don't get yourself
Like, trust me,
killed
I
now.
want to sell this
Welcome.
thing, chat, but I don't think it's worth selling it yet.
Your
Oh,
weapons
durability
are
is super
bedazzled.
cheap on the
Oh, yeah.
knife.
Our craftsmanship demands.
That's good. I'm gonna get a bit of reload
This
speed
kind
on
of
the
work
rifle
is
as
about
well.
finesse, stranger. Little bit goes a long way. You'll see. Try that on comeback.
Oh, it's so cheap to upgrade reload speed. Alright. Here we go. He's selling the fighting knife. Yeah. That's true. Grenade. Wait, what am I doing? Chat, I didn't fucking... Oh my god, I didn't get the insignia. I got all the stuff, I just didn't put in the key. I forgot to place the keys. Oh, my bad. Can we get disting back? Probably not. I don't know, chat just spam that shit like 24/7. There's just I did not like that emote anymore. Oh man, people just didn't know when to use it. People just spammed it for everything. And I got kind of sick of it.
Take a look. Something's bound to catch your eye.
Like I have no problem with people using it. But it's just people just use it all the time, regardless of whether this thing was actually occurring.
Shit. Gloria a las plagas. Jesus Christ. God damn, you're big.
Okay, this is actually easy RNG. Oh, that's great. Dude. Nothing a little fish can't fix.
Shit, that was close.
The double. Oh, well, whatever.
Shit.
Right. I don't think he can hit me with that. All right. Buddy.
You got worms too?
Worms too? A little bit of cheese. Honestly, the aim, well, okay, I mean, we cheesed it a little bit there, but my aim was not that bad, actually.
That was almost a pancake. Okay, let's get to that church.
Any other items in there? I hope that this pause tech is not going to be a thing in Resident Evil 9, though. Or at least it's going to be, like, banned. I don't know. The pause tech is kind of lame. I mean, it's... like, it's nice, but I don't know. Bruh. Just a dude in a box. Oh god.
Son of a bitch.
I'm gonna kill this guy. I don't remember. I think after the chapter's over, this guy will despawn, but this enemy can have really good loot. Potentially, so. It's kind of slow, but I got a crit.
Come on.
The Chicago does like nothing, though. Bro, will you die? No, the Verdugo should have a pretty high odds. Okay, this is fucking absurd. How are you not fucking dead yet, dude?
Next.
Jesus. Gold ingot. That's worth like 20k, so that's honestly not bad.
Ashley Graham. I'm here
Actually, not gonna do the hex puzzle. I guess I can. There's probably nothing good in it. Can't I just do the puzzle after I save Ashley anyways? Or, no, maybe not. I guess the merchant gets... Wait, the hex puzzle. That's not even... Wait, you're confusing me. That's the OG, bruh. Not even a thing here. I mean, there's the mission for the 2 gravestones, which I already did. Oh, I guess by hex you mean hexagon pieces? Yeah, whatever. The loot from that is like absolute shit, and I would have done it if you mentioned it, not, you know, when I'm like fucking ages away from the spot. The loot from it is generally really bad anyways. Doesn't matter. What am I gonna eat? The what?
Ashley, you in there? Ashley. Ashley Graham, are you in here?
Just let me go.
Listen.
You know, Chad, the classic outfit.
Easy with that.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
My name's Leon. I'm hearing the president's orders and... That went well. Hey, it's dangerous outside. You need to listen to me.
What is that? Over there?
Pursue them.
The lost lambs are escaping.
Perseguirles.
Deliver unto them salvation.
All right, chapter 5. Pat wants these mods. I mean, I want the mods too.
What do we do?
I like looking at Ashley in the Tubi outfit.
Father trusts me. And I need you to trust me too. And do exactly as I say. I'm gonna get you home safe.
Okay. Okay, Leon.
All right, let's go. Speedrunning this area with Ashley is going to be kind of difficult, though. Dude, I really need a shotgun. A shotgun would be really nice. Am I going back in the village to get into Barn with Ashley?
Okay, I got you.
I mean, we could. I don't really care that much to do that.
Hey, trust me.
Thanks.
Right. Alright, so there is a merchant here, thankfully.
Like I said, it's dangerous. Stay close.
We'll repair the body armor.
Okay.
Thank you. Well then.
Do we want to get more? Dude, oh, I need a better gun, man.
All my wares are in tip-top
Case upgrade.
shape, I assure you. That there's pretty big. Enough to get the job done, surely.
Ooh, rhinoceros beetle.
You all got pleasant travels.
Is there a save? Oh gosh.
They're coming. Get behind me.
Oh god! What is wrong with these people?
Welcome.
Could sell the Chicago. Yeah, but like, it's still useful.
See how that
You know what? I'm gonna do the opposite, and I'm gonna
fella
upgrade
like
it.
you come back anytime.
It's actually really cheap to upgrade this thing.
Give me space.
Okay. Watch out!
Bro, why are you grabbing Ashley?
I taught you. What a waste.
All right, we probably can't. I actually think we have to kill stuff here. Most likely.
I should have known you were one of the bugs.
Well, now that we died, the enemies. Oh, here. Here comes Fuckboy.
Like I taught you.
Give me a warning next time.
Dude, how?
I should have known you were one of the bugs.
Ashley?
Watch out!
Dude!
Stench of battle on you, mate.
Got the fucking shitty rifle, the shitty SMG, the shitty pistol, bro. Everything, all my weapons are shit.
I should have known you were one of the bugs.
Oh. Rouser, you fucking piece of shit.
I should have known you were one of the bugs. Just like I taught you. Get ready. Haven't you ready the last 2 years? Ashley!
He's fine somehow for now.
Why not? One down.
Oh my god. Oh god. Oh, this is real.
I should have known you were one of the bugs.
Watch out!
You're on.
Last 2 years?
Not bad, right?
Ashley, you good? As you can see, Ashley kind of complicates everything. Let's go in here and make a save now that we actually killed some stuff. We're doing it, chat. We're doing it. That heavy grenade might have been a bit of a waste, but it's okay. We also killed the dogs, I think, earlier. Good. Yeah, this is looking good. Very nice. Oh, I gotta... Okay. Whatever. My bad. The elevation made me miss. Made him not miss, rather. So this is the strat when you want to kill this guy. We probably should have just ran past him. But at the same time, oh, never mind. We should definitely have not. Okay, that is very good. Already worth 60k. Yeah, I might wait for a red barrel. We'll see.
Let's go.
All right. This is pretty good. This is pretty good.
Oh, nothing but welcome. Weldon, what can I do you for? A deal well struck. Give that the care it deserves. Come back any
Oh, we have 2 beetles. Did I buy it twice? Huh?
Welcome.
Need better.
Stocking up, though. Get welcome. Pleasant travels.
Yeah, we have a lot of heavy grenades. That'll be good for cabin.
Sorry, we need to keep moving.
Got it.
Another heavy grenade. Okay. We are...
Hunnigan was...
The thing is, like, I want to run past enemies, but with Ashley, it's... With Ashley, it's genuinely so hard to run past anything.
Spread out.
Okay.
Oh, come on, man. Chicken egg. Oh my god. Okay, dude.
They keep coming.
My defense is unbreakable!
Come on. Why am I...
It's no use! Still too slow! I'll show you the meaning of strength!
Oh, he's dead. Another crown? Bro, are you serious? What the fuck? Double crown? Damn. Holy shit, Piggy. Give me your loot, man.
Out of the way.
I would really love a shotgun.
All right. All right. With me.
All right.
Okay.
Oh my god, I didn't see him. All right. Honestly, we're in decent shape for cabin at least. We're gonna make a save file in this room up here. Actually, the game auto saves here, so it's fine. Helpful. All right, here we go. Dude, who fucking took her? Okay. This deathless? No. Professional doesn't autosave. Well, it does in the randomizer because the game crashes a lot of the time. This might be a problem, chat. I don't know, we might have to kill the enemies here too. I don't know, dude.
Spread out.
Okay.
We share the same blood. Why do you resist?
Let's go. There you go.
I shall strike.
Bro.
Body armor's not looking great.
Yeah, of course you're gonna shoot me a second time.
Welcome. What can I interest? Good luck to you, stranger.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
I'll hand this over when you've got the space. Better to be over prepared. Am I right? I don't. Might want to take care of any leftover errands before going this way.
Where are they going?
Welcome.
Didn't even drop anything. Okay, well, this works. I mean, this is okay. Somehow.
Hard times, mate.
I have no idea where Ashley is, but I guess it's fine. Oh god. Wait, I think this is a bug. Is this because of Ashley or is this because of the rando? Yeah, I think I have to restart the game. I don't know why this happens though. It might be because of Ashley. But I don't think so, because in the speedrun, we leave Ashley all the way at the... Like in the old patch speedrun, we leave Ashley in the church, and then she just teleports anyways. I don't know why it's infinite loading. Rip last save. No, it should be fine. I might have to re-roll the randomizer. Like the enemies, potentially.
I should have known you were one of the bugs.
I don't know, let's see. It seems like it's fine now.
You.
Hey, listen, about earlier.
Yeah, about that.
I see you found your missing senorita.
Senorita has a name and it's Ashley. You are?
Name's Luis. Encantado.
Great. We all have names. Now then. Who are you? And what are you doing here?
Very good questions, unfortunately.
Hide, now.
Alright, well, hopefully this, hopefully this cabin isn't too bad.
Quick! Over here. Go.
Rage.
Okay. It's game time. Hordes of them against two of us. Oh, and that... Let's not forget, this mob is made up of monsters.
Guess I'll make a bit of handgun ammo.
You done warming up? Hope you stretched.
Yeah. Now if you shut up, we'll be good to go.
Lighten up.
Oh no.
I've been waiting, hero boy.
Present for you.
Perfect timing. Give me a hand.
I need these guys to drop the planks. Oh, fuck. Chicken egg. Oh no. Oh god, no. Oh. I should have bought the biosensor scope.
I've been waiting, hero boy. I am good.
Yeah. Out of the way. Here you go.
Damn it, dude. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god. Oh. That was scary.
Ashley.
What's happening to me?
Ashley, is this the first time you've coughed up blood like this?
You want to start explaining?
Thank God it was only one regen. Yeah, you can get the regens like lost though. Like he was stuck upstairs. He got confused. Luckily they're not that good at chasing you through the cabin. Their AI gets like kind of broken.
But you have the same thing inside you. The same thing that made them like that.
Would never have used my flashes. Well, depends. If there's chainsaw enemies, you bet I'm gonna use flashes.
You are, well, lucky. You see, at this early stage, the parasite, the plaga, it is possible to remove it with a surgical procedure. And all you need is some know-how. And oh yeah, the right equipment.
Wait, you two?
All right.
Hey, got a smoke?
I do. The kind you like. Now where's the amber?
Unfortunately, it's not on me at the moment. And you really should be telling me what a good job I did. Busted my ass and managed to hide it right before I got caught. Which is why I'm still alive.
The deal was, we get you out of here when you deliver the amber. No amber, no protection, Luis.
Such a stickler for details, huh, Ada? Okay, then. I'll go get it now. How about that?
Yo, kind thoughts. Thank you for the 67 months. What's up, Paul?
And I do have something else I need to get, too.
And I'm freaking hungry.
Let's go.
What's gonna happen to me?
Right now. Let's just focus on getting out of here.
Yeah, right.
Another day, another deep
Welcome.
dish pizza.
I've got something new, thank you.
I'm just gonna sell the chalice.
Struck. That's good work, if I do say so myself.
We get more durability. All right, let's see. Is there anything better we can get? We can get a yellow diamond, which, yes. Well, it's only one, so we can get that. Oh, we have a stingray, which goes to 6.7 power and a shoddy. Okay, let's sell the sweeper and get the shotgun, I think. I mean, I don't know. Weirdly enough, I actually kind of like the sweeper. It's, I don't know. We should just sell it though. We're gonna sell it.
Thank you. Let us know when you fly advice. Get them to bunch up, then send them flying with a blast of this.
A free broken butterfly in the remake. No. There's no like magnum that you can loot in the world in this game. It's kind of expensive to upgrade. It's not too bad. Amazing. Do I want the biosensor? Yes, I actually kind of do.
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference. The price, well, that's pleasure doing business with you. Came into some other bits and bobs too, mate. There's some things money can't buy. Oh, I knew you'd choose that one. A deal well struck. Pleasant travels.
We kind of need a scope, and that'll be really nice if we run into regens. Oh, can I buy any?
Come back.
We need rifle ammo. And also flash grenade.
We've got company. Keep moving, but quietly. Got it?
Okay.
Sé que estáis ahí. Podéis correr, pero no os podéis escapar.
Part feels like almost. I don't really want to use a flash here.
We're doing this. Ashley.
Because it's kind of nice having like, oh my god, how is she not dead? Well, now she is. Oh fuck.
Spread out. We've got company. Keep moving, but quietly.
Possible to do this stealthy? No, I don't think so. And the problem is this fucking Garrador is gonna just ruin everything.
Let's go.
Got it.
Okay, you're good.
Okay.
Somehow I didn't aggro these guys.
Guess we're doing this. Come on.
No prob.
Ashley! Bro.
Ashley!
I guess my body armor was completely broken. Dude, oh my god, this is so bad. Oh. The Garradors are just so... they're so bad with Ashley.
Spread up. We've got company.
So bad.
But quietly.
What?
Guess we're doing this. right.
Okay. Thanks, man.
Leave me alone! No!
Ashley!
Okay, he's dead now. You know what? I'm gonna make a save. I don't know. We're gonna have to kind of cheese this chat. The rando in this game like does not fuck around sometimes. Maybe I chose. I can't. I don't remember what profile I chose. I think it was like the challenging profile or something. Probably making this harder than I needed to. Okay. Luckily, this guy is stuck.
Gotcha.
That's very good for us. Everything's fine. All good. I should probably save again. It doesn't really seem like there's that many enemies left. What's up, Kyle? Honestly, Chad, I'm kind of missing the Chicago typewriter, though. It's... The thing about... Oh, Jesus. Wait. Oh, Jesus. The thing about SMGs in this game is they're very good in, like, panic moments. I mean, this isn't permadeath, so I guess it doesn't matter as much. No.
Okay.
Oh.
You son of a bitch! Ashley! You alright?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Ashley, what are you doing? The shotgun really does not do good damage. I mean, it's okay. I feel like it's better just to use the pistol. There's no way I could have ran through this area. No chance in hell. Guess we got some crits. Low capacity pistol, I know. I really hope we get like a better pistol soon.
Give me a break already.
Thank you. Ooh, lip rouge. Oh, that scared me for a sec.
Welcome. I got something new. Easy work.
You, Princeman. I like it.
Thank you. Crossing your T's, dotting your... This kind of work is about finesse, stranger. Little bit goes a long way. You'll see. We'll come back any time.
Alrighty. Do I have a recommended Elden Ring build? No. You can use... I mean, you could use almost anything in an Elden Ring and you'll be fine. Most of the weapons are pretty fucking good. We're gonna need a lot of flashes, potentially. I guess, again, oh, oops. It doesn't really matter as much if we're not doing permadeath, but...
I'm definitely gonna catch a cold.
Did I just see an enemy, like, fall down there? One bolt. Thank you.
You, Princeman. I like it.
Podéis correr, pero no os para agarrarlos. Os vamos a romper en pedazos.
Oh, God.
Watch out!
That was not easy.
God. Weird. Can I have some more rifle ammo, game, please? That would be great. I thought there was an item, like, in this corner. Oh, there is. Didn't see it. Oh, red barrel. Yo, we can make the... We need to remove those. We can get 100K.
Hide.
What? Okay.
Alright, well, I really don't want to do this, but I think I'm gonna go make a save just because... I mean, I don't want to have to kill those fucking enemies every time I want to... Like, this section might be kind of cursed. We might die here a few times. Not like those... I mean, those enemies weren't that hard to kill, at least.
Sure is quiet.
Man, I really want to get a pizza. Alright, here we go. In before double Iron Maiden. That'll probably be pretty easy.
Great.
So it still shows the chainsaw ladies in the cutscene, but it's gonna be something different. It could be anything. Oh my god, that's great.
This thing is controlled by pegs. That do anything?
We only need to kill one of them.
Present for you.
You know what? I'm gonna just reload. This, we need to kill the one on the right. We need to try to, it's better to just reload.
I am flattered.
Did I hit him in the head?
That do anything?
Oh my god, he's actually an Iron Maiden. Oh Jesus, this is actually so bad. Oh my god. Oh. Oh fuck, dude.
I am flattered. This thing is controlled.
Alright, you know what? Ah! I can't! I can't! He's too fast. Okay. I'm gonna get hit here.
You stubborn son of a bitch.
Dude. Oh, where is he going? Why is this fucking door? Oh my god, this is so bad. This is like actually the worst seed I've ever seen here before. I'm not even kidding. I'm like not even kidding. It'd be faster to re-roll the seed. Well, no. I mean, unless you're saying just cheat and just re-roll it so I get easier enemies, but definitely not restarting the run.
I am flattered.
Open the other gate first? I don't think I can.
What the fuck?
No.
Sorry, must have slipped. Son of a bitch.
Well, I guess we can just do this, maybe? Maybe I can just leave Ashley in there and just go repair.
I have something I... Welcome. I got something new for you.
Oh, 100,000. That's pretty nice.
That's good work, if I do say so myself.
Question is, what do we upgrade? 'Cause the Stingray only goes up to 6.7.
You get back for your pleasant travel.
Old sniper, that's... Oh, you're saying that's what I should upgrade? Hold on, let's check the Stingray. Okay, yeah, it's shit. Yo, Voodoo Magical, thank you for the 500 bits. Also, Aaron, thank you... Wait, what? Aaron, thank you for the 5 months, man.
Welcome. I got something new for you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we can get more damage on the rifle.
Your weapons are in good hands, mate.
Expensive.
I'll see you right. Dazzled, are you? Our craftsmanship demands no less. There you are, as you wished. Dazzled, come back anytime.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it still would have been better to... Oh, Ashley scared me there. Maybe it would have been better to get the Stingray anyways, just because it's like rapid fire. Its damage is not very good, but... And it also has no ammo capacity upgrade. I don't know how much ammo capacity it had by default. Didn't actually get a chance to see. Goes up to 24. Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about though. Like it's how much ammo a gun can hold by default is randomized.
Spread out.
No problem.
Son of a bitch.
Ashley, you're gonna need to get out of there.
Back up.
Okay.
Dude, this fucking Verdugo is... Oh my god, chat. Oh, God. I don't actually know, like, what we can even do. I don't even have enough.
Ashley.
I mean, I have to...
Ashley.
I have to kill these guys. There's literally... There's nothing I can do. Like, I have to kill them. They're not gonna let me open this gate.
I'm fine.
Can't aim. I would really appreciate ammo for a gun that I can use. This guy's gotta be close to dead. Gotta be. This is so bad, chat. This is like actually just the most cursed. This is just so bad. It's unfucking believable how bad this is. He's leaving. I'm gonna go for it.
Did well back there. Seems this isn't the first time running from creeps.
Get off, that's meant to be wrong. Don't leave me!
Please.
Out of the way.
Oh my god. Dude, chat, this is so cursed. This literally could not be any fucking worse. This is insane. No flashbangs? I have one, and I still have fucking Mendez Hill coming up. Faster to kill them all. I don't have enough ammo. I'm about a fucking soft lock. Okay, we just need to get this guy to go backwards, and then I think we actually can open it now. Need 6 to 7 flashes from Mendez. I mean, you don't need. If you want to do it in permadeath without dying, you definitely need that many. Oh, a large resource. That is much needed right now, actually. rifle ammo.
Welcome. I've got something new
Oh.
for you, man. Easy work. Good as new. A deal well
I think he should sell flash.
Will that be all then? You'll get some bang for your buck.
I'm pretty sure he's like supposed to sell flash grenades, but
Better to be over prepared.
I think there's like a bug on the randomizer where you're supposed to be able to buy normal grenades and flash grenades, but if you have flash grenades on you, then you can't buy flash grenades anymore.
Pleasant travel.
I'm almost certain that's... I don't know why it's like that, but
Welcome.
there isn't really any way around it either, sadly.
If you want a fighting
Alright, well, we're gonna wait for the next chapter. Maybe we'll get a better weapon. We have 2 flashes, chat. Here we go. That's all we get.
All right, come on.
Okay. Leon.
Soul requires cleansing. Come, child. Ashley, run! Hurry!
Oh, this doesn't seem too bad actually so far. I mean, no, I know I just died to the fucking chainsaw lady, but this doesn't seem too bad.
Hurry! Don't worry about them.
Oh, let's fucking go! Easy, dude. 1 flash. That's all we need.
Okay?
I'm stuck.
We need to go. You gotta be kidding me.
I'm good.
Then run!
Dude, am I even gonna be able to kill Mendez with this fucking bullshit?
Close one.
Listen, you're the one he wants. If we see him again, you run.
What about you?
I'll do my job.
What the? Crazy bitch. Ooh, rifle ammo. We might do a little bit of box cheesing here just in case, because do I want handgun ammo? Not really. I really want rifle ammo, like very, very badly. 2 shoddy shells. I don't know. I'm worried that we're gonna get soft locked on this fight. I don't know. I'll try a few more times. I feel like it's... I mean, the rifle is our, like, most damaging weapon, so... This is kind of cheesy, but... Run is not happening in 6 hours. I mean... Kind of depends how long the rest of the run takes. If the rest of the run is going to be anything like what we just fucking went through, then yeah, there's no fucking way. Alright, I don't know, man. I'll just wait. I'll just go with whatever ammo we get. Oh, 4 rifle ammo. Okay, nice. That's good. Craft? I don't have, like, resources to craft. Oh, I got a large resource. Okay. You could also save scum for the bonus rifle ammo. I don't know what the chance of bonus, like, base bonus chance is. I think it might be around 10%. But I don't know if you can actually... I don't know if you can actually just reload cheese to get the extra ammo. So much cheese. Yeah, I know. Oh, nice. There we go. Boom! Look at that. We got 24 rifle ammo now, chat. Alright, I'm gonna upgrade the rifle to max. 8 damage.
Come back and eat.
Alright, hopefully that is enough.
Be careful.
Cease your pointless struggling. Abandon your body to the will of our God.
You're a shooting missionary. You know that.
Oh, Almighty, grant me the strength to crush your enemies.
Son of a bitch!
Ashley, run!
Okay.
Hasta luego.
Hey, Zaffa.
God, I thank you for your gift.
You want to get ugly?
Alright, hopefully we didn't get bad spawns inside the boss fight. I think it's random if we even have enemies in the boss fight. It doesn't seem like there's any. I did not mean to do that. Ooh, rifle ammo and a large. What? Bro! God, this fucking game. Come on, man.
Judgment.
You move quick, you such a big bastard.
I mean, I guess we could just knife cheese him. Bro, he has so much health. What the fuck?
days are over.
My bad. Please don't light on fire, Leon.
Receive your judgment.
Luckily, the shotgun's actually pretty good here. You're gonna pull out the barrel. That was a bad shot.
Running out of options, huh?
For your sins.
That was close to hitting me. Oh, will you jump down, please? Will you pull out the... Alright, whatever. We got him. I was trying to hit his weak spot on the back, but it's so difficult during the second phase. Almost 25 rifle ammo gone. Yeah, well, now you know why I cheesed it. No, I never ran near. I thought about it. Well, let's see if we... I don't know if we missed anything up here or not. Yeah, I'm working on it, Ashley. Hold on.
Leon, hurry! You're welcome.
Thanks. This fire's bound to catch their attention. Let's keep moving.
Leon, I'm not...
I want flashes, or do I want rifle ammo? I kind of want rifle ammo, I think.
I'm gonna turn into one.
And I guess... handgun ammo, converting the SMG is actually so good.
I won't let that happen.
It's like so cost effective. Alright, well... I have to try to kill Verdugo now. Oh, he's AFK. Oh, this is perfect. Why not shoddy with the small resources? Yeah.
Ashley!
Bro, are you serious?
Next. You son of a bitch!
Stay right there, Ashley. How much does the rifle do in his head? 785. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, she got back up on her own. Please. Please die. Yeah, making some shotgun ammo is not a bad idea. All right.
What's going on?
Well, at least we don't have to worry about being followed. Come on.
Oh, hey, Pizza-chan. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Sorry, I didn't see your gifted subs. Thank you so much, man. All right, well, we're at what, like the halfway point of the game? Ish.
Was this the animal?
Hey, dirty 8-bit.
No, you can't keep him.
1/3. Yeah.
Bad.
I mean, it's... I don't know, though. In terms of, like, this, like, the speed run, yeah, I guess. But, I do feel like the start of the run is the kind of the hardest in the rando.
I've got some new items in stock. Welcome. Got some rare things on
Lip
sale,
Rouge?
stranger.
Buy a Lip Rouge.
A wise choice. A deal well struck. Come. Back. Welcome. I'll buy it, thank you. Well then, what can I do you for? Easy work. Give that the care
Is there...
it
Oh,
deserves.
a pistol? 2.5 power? How much does my pistol go up to?
You'll get some bang for your buck.
2.85? Oh my god, the fucking Punisher doesn't even have... Wait, how much...
A wise pledge.
How much ammo capacity? It has 8 ammo capacity? Oh my...
Welcome.
Bro, all my guns are terrible!
A well-tuned weapon can make up for a lack of skill, friend.
This thing is a lot cheaper to upgrade, though.
As you wished. A deal well struck.
It has slightly less firepower overall, but it's cheaper to upgrade, so... It also has a bit more pen on it. And it has 1 more ammo cap, so I guess it's better.
Try that on for size.
Check Stingray, I already did. It's shit. It's shit.
Welcome. Well then, what can I do you for? I don't always have this plate. Welcome. Better come.
Oh, the double bonus. Alright. You know, we're making do with what we got, chat. Which is not, we don't have much, but we're doing our best.
What are they?
Keep your voice
Why did these guys not die in one hit?
break already.
Ooh, a chicken egg. I like how I ducked that one move just to go straight into the other one.
Ashley!
Bro.
Twisty son of a bitch.
Oh my god, man.
No, I'm okay.
Jesus Christ. Alright, well, we're pretty good on ammo now, at least. We just got an autosave. Alright, here we go. Let's just try to YOLO this part. Oh, kind of.
I guess this is their idea of a warm welcome.
Oh. This is the problem with not having an SMG though, because like an SMG would have saved me there. Like 100%. Okay, for some reason the catapults are indestructible until this cutscene triggers. Fucked myself there. I'm just gonna throw a nade here. I think that should work well. Oh my. Actually. Oh. A lunker bass. Ooh, big fish.
Firing again.
You don't, doggy. Best. I don't know if this guy is somehow gonna come down, but I'm gonna kill him. All right. Do we have to catch her? Fine. Thinking about OGRE4. Ooh, another heavy nade. That's good. And I'm getting kind of tired. Oh, heavy nade recipe as well. Alright. There is... Where's the last one? Oh, it's in here. Can I shoot it? Whatever. I'll just drop down again. My laser? Oh yeah, you could put that on. You know, I wasn't sure if you could put that on the Punisher, or if it... I wasn't sure what it worked with. I couldn't remember. Alright. This section wasn't too bad. We've got a lot of heals now, too. We got 5 heals. Oh, what am I doing? I need to destroy the gate. There's still hope for believers? Probably not.
All right. That went well.
Oh, warning.
I mean, I don't know. We can definitely get through like some parts of the game quite quickly. Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't know. We're in much better shape, like ammo and on the ammo and supplies now, at least. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, if we get through, it just depends how toxic some of the areas are.
Look at this place.
More than anything.
I mean, it's old, but...
Nice work. Ooh, What you buying? Crossing your T's, dotting your I's? That's the way to be.
Oh, the Lunker Bass sells for
Ruby's
10,000.
all rubbish, it makes no thank you.
Not bad.
Welcome. Not bad. Come. Back. Welcome.
What the hell does the soldier with stun rod do anyways? I'm gonna buy it just because I'm curious. Bolts craft frequency. Oh, that's great. Fantastic. -1 spinal. That's okay.
Most warm welcome
We'll survive.
to my castle. Such a pleasure to finally make your
Oh, I'm so excited for Resident Evil 9, chat.
Kennedy.
Who the hell are you?
Me? Oh, please, call me Ramon. And allow me to get straight to the point. I would like you to hand the girl there over to me. Now.
Honestly, there's a lot of games coming out that I'm excited for.
Girl's just fine.
There's Code Vein 2, Neo 3, Reanimal, and then Resident Evil 9. It's gonna be really busy with games after, like, at the end of this month or at like the start of next month. Welcome to the Game 3. I don't think Welcome to the Game 3 is coming out that soon. I mean, I don't even think the game has a release date yet. Like, it's coming out this year, but I don't think it's coming out like next month or anything.
Never.
You heard the lady.
How unfortunate.
What game is Reanimal? It's the new game by the Little Nightmares devs. Hey Robin, thank you for the 80 months, man.
Leon?
Just stay close.
Oh god.
Everything I taught you. What a waste. Welcome.
Alright, chat, you know what? I think I am going to call it a night, and I will leave this disaster of a room for tomorrow. I really want to get some food. I know it hasn't been that long of a stream, but we're not gonna finish this game in one stream. I'm not trying to finish it tonight. I need to do some practice for some other games, and I want to get some pizza and go take a shower. And yeah, it's kind of late. It's like 9 p.m. already. So I started my stream really late today because I was practicing. Well, I'm not going to spoil it, but I was practicing another game, not this game, but I was practicing another game for the marathon. So start a little bit late. But yeah, thank you all for watching, guys. My Black Knight weapon marathon is up on YouTube as well, where I beat Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 using only Black Knight weapons. So if you want to find something to watch, you can go check that out. Overture. Are you talking about the Lies of P DLC? You gotta forget about the DLC, bro. It's not happening. That wouldn't be practicing. Well, I mean, it would be practicing, but that would be. I don't know how many times I gotta say this. I never ran the Lies of P DLC, so it would not be practicing it. Well, it would be practicing, but it would basically be learning a whole new run. It wouldn't be derusting. But yeah, I'm really tired, guys. I'm gonna go get some food. Yeah, thank you for watching, guys. We'll it's on my main channel, the Black Knight Weapon Marathon. Oh, you know what? I'm actually gonna give a raid to Shark Hat. He's doing some Dead Space speedruns of the same category that I ran like a few days ago, whenever I did Dead Space, whenever that was. Yeah, go say hi to Shark Hat, chat. If you wanna go watch some Dead Space. Sorry for a bit of a shorter stream today, but it was fun. I will see y'all tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night, chat. I don't know if doing the rando for this was a good idea, but I mean, it's been fun to do the rando again and not actually reset every time I die as well. But yeah, it's getting pretty late, so. I don't know. I mean, the rando is cool, but it's not really much of a speed run. I mean, I'm trying to go fast, but it's, I don't know. You can only go so fast in the randomizer.